calm down. Let's start it a little bit more mellow. Hello, nerds. How's everybody doing today? Just rubbing the chat up so I can see more clearly. That'd be helpful. There you are, chat. Oh, hello. How's everybody doing today? What's up, Devin? What's up, Jay? What's up, Meh? Billy, how's it going? Good to see all of you lovely people. I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm not starting in 5 minutes. Was I supposed to be starting in 5 minutes? What's up, Yaz? What's up, Godofall? Guys, we have a fun show today. So we're going to start the show off by looking at a couple pieces of homebrew that I pulled from the Discord that I think are interesting and worth talking about. And then we are going to do something that I simply call speed brewing. Ooh, oh yes. Oh yes. And speed brewing, in the briefest of nutshells, is going to involve you guys giving prompts, me putting all those prompts on a big wheel. We spin that wheel, and then a timer is going to appear, and I'm going to have 10 minutes, and hopefully you'll help me. It's a team activity. We're going to have 10 minutes to try to make it into homebrew. That's the goal. I think it'll be good. But we are going to start by looking at some homebrew from our community homebrew review time. Kaboosh. That's like a community homebrew. The hell is that? That's D&D Beyond. I'm good. How are you doing? We are doing speed brew today. So the way that I'm going to be running my stream now is I'm basically going to be using homebrew review as like an intro. So we're going to look at 4 pieces right now. They're all magic items. I think all of them have very, very good ideas and express them in different ways. And I think that all of them need work, at least a little bit. Or at least need to be thought about a little bit. So we're going to talk about them first. And then we are going to do some D&D speed brew. Boo, 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 boo. You're here for the work? The work. What work? Yeah, you can submit a prompt. Here, let me show you. If you can't stay, give me a prompt right now. What's your prompt? Don't make it super long. Oh, like the piece needs work. Oh, yeah, for sure. What's your prompt? Unenthusiastic potato. I just so enthusiastically want to support you being able to be here. Give you 5 minutes? No. All right. Well, I'll give you 5 minutes, but we're going to start reviewing some homebrew, okay? Does that sound good? I hope so. Boom! We're going to start by looking at this piece called The Tongue of the Auctioneer. Now, this piece, I believe, was brought to us by our dear Dice Admiral. There it is in the chat. Dice loves to use a little emoji with all of his pieces, and I will say there will come a time when he has to use the same emoji again, or he has... Oh, we don't need the timer yet. I'll keep it up just for posterity. Where there will come a time where he might need to start combining emojis. Have you ever thought about that? Anyway, let's take a look at The Tongue of the Auctioneer. The legend tells of a man, a quickling auctioneer named Timothy Bryansdad. After being eaten by a dragon, he spoke so rapidly that the dragon coughed him up in annoyance. Later on, that dragon found him and ripped out his tongue. So this flavor text is a historical flavor text, which I think is a very good thing to give a magic item. And I'm going to say two things. Yeah, it's silly. It's very silly. This is from a stream event that we ran a little while ago. That was like a Taskmaster style show. It was very fun. I would like to do one again. It was too much work, but hopefully we'll do one again at some point. But all that considered, the silliness aside, it's actually very good flavor text. Like, it tells a whole story in 3 sentences. That is, like, kind of all you need a magic item's story to be. So, as silly as it is, I kind of just want to acknowledge it for a second before we look at the mechanics and be like, oh, this is a solid amount of historical flavor text to give a magic item, if you want to give a magic item some historical flavor text. And I think that's a very good thing to do, especially if you are concerned with your players not being super excited about magic items, or wanting to use slightly less magic items but wanting them to have a bigger impact. On one hand, they can have a bigger impact mechanically, but on the other hand, if they feel like they have more presence in the story, you know, they're going to have a bigger impact. It's the difference between your players going to a small random town and going to the town of Hambert, where they're friends with the old lady that lives under the tree, and her grandson was actually the person who invented the spell summon ice cream. You know what I mean? Like, it grounds it in the world in a way that makes it feel more valuable, like emotionally more valuable. And I think that is one of the things that we should be trying to push that button more of, as both dungeon masters, but also as homebrewers. Remember, when we're homebrewing, we are creating toys. So people can do whatever they want with those toys. But on the other side of it, if you build the toy in a certain direction, you can encourage a certain type of play, you know? All right, let's take a look at what this thing does in the meat and potatoes. Requires attunement. You must replace your tongue with the Auctioneer to attune it. Lovely. It has 5 charges, regains 1d4 plus 1 at dawn. While attuned, you gain the following benefits. You get something called Blurred Speech and Lightning Words. Blurred Speech. You can speak so rapidly that you can convince creatures that you said what they wanted to hear. You have advantage on charisma deception rolls made to influence creatures who can hear you. I would say checks here instead of rolls. I don't know if that matters. I think this is interesting, but I want to encourage you to go in a different direction with this. What is happening here? You're not better at talking. You're faster at talking. So why is the creature less able to know if you're lying? I don't think it's because you're better at reading them. I think it's because they're worse at reading you, because you're talking so fast. So, like, if you want to use the fiction of blurred speech, rapid talking, I think this would make a lot more sense if it did not give you advantage on charisma checks, but gave them disadvantage on insight checks. That's what I think. Kind of the same vibe that it's making, but I think it will fit a little bit better. I think it will fit a little bit better. The Lore Rights, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Lovely to see you here. You see what I mean? Because it's the two sides of the same coin, you know what I mean? It does, I'm gonna devil's advocate myself for a second here. It does, well, no, I ignore that. I'm right. I know what I'm talking about. All right, moving on. Let's look at lightning words. With lightning words, you can spend a charge to cast a spell with a verbal component and a casting time of 1 action as a bonus action. Dice, you're in the chat. You are. Okay. Did you intend this to be a spell with only verbal component, or a spell with a verbal component as an aspect of it? You mean any verbal component? Okay, cool. I don't know how I feel about... Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say about this one. I think it's probably fine. I don't love that it's just... It's an alternative... It's not just, but I don't love that it's essentially quicken spell. But maybe that is what you love about it. And if that's the goal, then I think it accomplishes that goal. I almost want to push you to make it... I'm going to regret this, maybe. I almost want to push you to make it more hectic. Because this thing has 5 charges, right? And this is the only thing we're using charges on. That feels weird to me. Here's what I think... Okay, this is a little bit of a stretch, but here's what I'm thinking. I would remove the charge mechanic entirely. I would make this, because this is just on. This doesn't require a charge. And I would change this to a once-a-day ability that allowed you to cast 2 leveled spells on the same turn, but would require your action and your bonus action, and they would both require verbal components. Something like that. I don't know if it would exactly be that, but I like that idea. I think that would be good. I don't think that would be crazy. You could, I mean, it wouldn't break anything. You wouldn't be getting double concentration. Maybe you could make them both be an action to cast, or you could put limitations on it like that if you wanted to. But just like once a day, boom, boom. I think that would be good. And I think it would probably also accomplish the same feeling that you're looking for here. Let me look at the curse. Your speech is offensive to dragons. I forgot about this. The dragon that can hear you when you use either feature become hostile to you and filled with a desire to rip your tongue out. I think that's great. I think it's fine. Dude, I think it's a solid magic item, my guy. I think there's like... I think I suggested pretty big changes to both of the mechanics, but that... Not really, right? Like, I think that the goal you're shooting for is a good goal. And I think you're hitting it. I think you just got to find the way you want to play that game a little bit. All right, cool. Let's give a little round of applause. 1 second. Let me... You know me, guys. If I don't remember my applause button, I don't remember anything. Let's give a little round of applause to Dice Admiral. Thank you for sharing your homebrew. We appreciate it. Very kind of you to share. All right, music, you got to be a little bit more upbeat. Monster type plant but with a language. There is my prompt. Monster type plant but with a language? You mean a plant monster with a language? Alright, I'm assuming that's what you mean. I'll write that here. Plant monster with language. So, for folks that don't know, we're looking at 3 more pieces of homebrew. But then we are going to switch into our speed brew homebrew stream. So as we're reviewing homebrew and as I'm looking at it, if you have suggestions for prompts, this is the way it's going to work. I'm going to write any prompt you put on this wheel, and then I'm going to spin the wheel, and then I'm going to put that 10-minute timer, and then we are going to have that much time to write that homebrew. So if anyone has prompts while we're looking at these pieces of homebrew, please share them in the chat. Cool. Thank you for sharing it. I apologize for asking you to rush earlier. I'm impatient. A puppeteer rogue? All right. Now, let's take a look at another magic item. This is a weird one. This is called Flame. Now, this is brought to us, I believe, by our dear databank. Now, I'm going to read it, but I think this item is struggling from something that I'm curious to see what you guys think about it. This is a weapon. It's called a weapon fire, uncommon. This fire burns without any source forever. While it can cook or light other things on fire, that fire does not burn forever. This fire cannot grow any larger than 5 feet or fanned smaller than 1/2 foot tall. and cannot be quashed or through non-magical means. Any creature that begins its turn on top of or touches the fire takes 1d6 fire damage. A creature can freely pick this up and use it to make an improvised weapon attack at any creature within 30 feet. Acts of Forgetfulness. Tyrannid Swarmlord. That's going to be annoying, but I'm writing it. Ranger only spell. Bear with too many horns. That's a good one. All right, so let's talk about this thing for a second. Here's what I think's going on here that is giving me pause. I don't like that this thing is a weapon in the fire category. That is not really explained how it functions as a weapon in the fire category until the very end, where it basically tells you how you can use it as an improvised weapon. To me, this item feels like you aren't making it clear the way this item is intended to be used. It feels like you are making an item that I need to figure out how it works. And I don't mean figure out how it works like that's a fun puzzle. I mean, I need to infer, based on the way it is being described, how I use it. Because it's an improvised weapon. So how much damage does it do? Does it do a d6 fire damage? Because it says it does a d6 fire damage here. Or does it do 1d4 damage plus 1d6 fire damage? How does it function? I think the problem that I have here is it feels like you're trying to make this work like a magic item that is a wondrous item, which is a ball of fire that you can manipulate and move around, but you also want this to work as a weapon. And I just don't think that's the move. Is it a weapon or is it improvised? Exactly. Now, there are plenty of things that we can pull from in D&D to sort of focus that in a direction. Because I'll tell you what, the first part of it, although I don't 100% agree with the wording, I think some of it feels a little odd. I think the idea of essentially creating a continual flame, like there's a spell called Continual Flame, this is basically making that spell. I think it's called Continual Flame or Torch. I'm just gonna write the word continual, see if it pops up. Continual Flame. So this is a spell. It just makes a fire that burns forever. Now, the only thing that really is different about this fire that burns forever and your fire, not counting the weapon part, is that this one creates no heat and doesn't use oxygen. I honestly think you basically could copy this language minus this part, and you'll be a lot closer to what you want for the language of your magic item. You don't need to specifically go into the detail about how the things it sets on fire don't stay on fire forever. I think you can just describe it as a magical fire that does not go out, but does produce heat, and can be used to set other things on fire. Beyond that, I think if you wanted to also function as a weapon, you kind of got to pick your poison here. I think you either got to go in the direction of this is a magic item that can be thrown like a weapon, and then you treat it like the spell Produce Flame, where you give it an ability like its own unique attack that you can do with it. I think that is how you make that work. If you want it to be a magic item, that is a weapon, I think you write it as a weapon first and foremost. So first of all, it needs a weapon type. It needs a weapon type. It can be a club. It can be a dagger. It can be a something. Improvised weapon is not a weapon type. And I think if maybe you could get away with having improvised weapon be its weapon type if that's the very first sentence, basically. This fire counts as an improvised weapon, period. And then you keep going from there. But beyond that, improvised weapons don't have a specific dice to them most of the time. Sometimes they do. I guess it's D4 a lot of the time, but there's things in the dungeon. There's arguments to be made for larger things or smaller things or different things to use different weapon dice. So I think it just needs a die also. Like, I think you need to make clear how it functions as a weapon. I don't want to have to look up if I can use dexterity for it or strength. I don't want to have to look up if it has the thrown property. I don't want to have to do that work. If this is an item, make it an item. Put everything you need in it. You've been listening to Unbalanced Encounters? Oh, I'm so glad you like it. I'm so glad you like it. We are actually... There's about 6 months left of show to come out, considering we come out, have a new episode every 2 weeks. But we are recording our like last episodes these next couple weeks. It's crazy. Gem Jar, do you have a prompt before you leave? Do you have a prompt for Speed Brew before you go? If you don't, no worries. But if you do, let me know. I'll add it to the wheel. No? It's okay, man. Path of the Dragon Barbarian? Ugh, that's so boring, but fine. It's not boring. It's just been done a lot. You took a 6-month break and got a little lost? That's fair. I just got to your first 2-shot. I have plenty to enjoy? Hell yeah. How do I do the purple text? What purple text are you talking about? Beast-type creature with legendary and lair actions. Sure. Maestro Warlock? Yeah, I got you. Forgotten God? Sure. We're doing 2 things. We're looking at a little bit more homebrew. We're gonna look at 2 more pieces of homebrew. But when we're done looking at the homebrew, we are going to do this prompt thing where I will have basically, we're spinning a wheel of prompts that you guys share. Dire Corgi, thank you. And then we have to homebrew them in 10 minutes or less, or try to anyway. Something based on Puka? I don't know what Puka is. Magnetic magic item? Yeah, but anyway, that's my thoughts on Flame. I think Flame is a cool idea. I think it's straightforward in its concept, but I think the iteration just needs to be a lot more straightforward too. You don't want people to have to be doing work to navigate how your thing works. All right. Thank you for sharing, Flame. Now, this next thing we're going to look at, I think is pretty interesting. This is a very different layout than a normal D&D magic item. And when I first looked at this, I'm going to be honest, man, I was confused as fuck. And I did not like this layout. Straight up. Did not like it. Felt like it didn't work well. I have since played a little bit of the game Elden Ring. And I'm thinking this is almost more written like an Elden Ring item in the way that the layout is done. So I understand, I think, a little bit more of where your headspace might have been when you designed this. But I'm going to tell you, I still don't think it's doing you any favors to be writing it in this way. I think if you want to write your magic item in this way, that's okay to do. But there's a lot of things that you are doing differently that feel weird, and I think are not, at least for me, as somebody who goes into it, who's going into a D&D magic item with a certain understanding of like where certain information is supposed to be and how to read it, it is more jarring than it is fun for it to be written in this way. There's nothing wrong with writing things in a different way, but I just want you to think about that. There's a couple things in particular which I want to push you on hard. One is this damage thing here. Writing 1d10 plus 2 is a bad way to indicate this is a plus 2 weapon. And there are, and it becomes unclear to me whether any version of this item is supposed to do an extra 2 damage, or if it's a plus 2 weapon that's also adding it to its attack roll. It just feels confusing. No damage, no weapons in D&D do inherent extra damage, and if they do inherent extra damage, it's written in the mechanics of the feature. So like, it's just confusing. It's just confusing. Honestly, I feel exactly the same way about the charge mechanic. The fact that you say 3 charges up here and you reference charges later down is not particularly helpful. I would like to see the charges more insularly with the feature that uses them. And then the other thing that's missing here is we don't have any way for the charges to come back. Where do I find when I get the charges back? Magic items recharge charges in different ways. Sometimes they recharge them daily at dawn. Sometimes they recharge them after you kill a monster. All sorts of different things. But we need, like, the reason why this is ambiguous is not only I am immediately like, I don't know what this ties to. I don't know anything about how it functions. I think introducing a new basic item is fine, and I think having it be a D10 item with reach that deals piercing damages, all of that is fine. I don't mind any of that. It's this plus 2 that really throws me. And I know I'm nitpicking that, but that's not a small deal. The way somebody chooses to interpret that is a lot. The other thing that I think I'm struggling with a bit, although I understand it a bit now, is I don't love this breakdown here. Like, it seems like what you've done is here's the basic item is being explained here, and then a unique aspect of the basic item. And then I guess this is a magical version and a magical feature, but it's confusing to me. It makes me feel like, why, like, do all items have this? Why is there a description now in the middle? Like, again, it's one of those other things where I want to push you on your formatting. If you want to do unique, different formatting, you can. But holy shit, do you need to make it more clear what's going on if you want that formatting to land well. So I'll just give you a tiny example. If all of this and most of this is describing the basic billhook and not down to earth, this should not be called down to earth. This should be called billhook. And then you explain what a billhook is, and right here. And then underneath it, you say magical variant down to earth. And then you say it gets the extra feature grounded. And then you explain the feature grounded. You say a magical version comes with 3 charges. They recharge daily at dawn. It can expend a charge to use this special feature, grounded. If you don't do that, this just becomes confusing. Anybody that's complaining about the art, fine. Doesn't matter. I think they left a note about it at the bottom where they were like, I know it's not a billhook. So we don't, they know. It's fine. It's fine. But more importantly, man, like, this is a very active choice you've made to format it this way. This is, I would argue, this is almost more work than formatting it traditionally. And I'm not talking too much about your mechanics. I don't think we need to that much. I think the idea of you being able to attempt to grapple a creature with a bonus action with a weapon is cool. I think you having advantage on that against a mounted creature is cool. I think that works as a unique, interesting, basically uncommon magic item, which I think would be solid. And I think this would probably amp it up to a higher degree. But that's not what's as important, honestly. What's more important is, if you really want to use this format, and I know you do, I've seen other magic items that you've posted in the Discord, you need to make this format work. So you can't be mixing new basic items with magical variants without making that much more clear what you're doing from the drop. Because I opened this up, I see a thing called Down to Earth, and I feel like now there's another item shoved into it, which is a bill hook. And I'm confused. Do you know what I mean? So you gotta... No, the format could be really good. I'm not saying that the format's trash. I'm saying the format looks like they put a lot of work into it, and they're missing some key aspects of what it's like to be a reader entering into a magic item that I think is going to be really detrimental if they don't address. Let's look at the grounded feature really quickly. Basically, when you have a creature prone, you can pin them to the ground. They're grappled. They can't stand up. Any creature can use its action to attempt to remove the weapon, making a DC 14 athletics check, plus your strength modifier if you're holding it. I think if you're holding it, it should probably be a contested athletics check. I wouldn't make it a DC thing there. I would basically say, like, so long as you hold it, it's a contested athletics check. But if you let go of it, it's a DC 14 athletics check. Oh, it does say where it gets the charges back here. See, that's fucking confusing, man. I read this item before, and I didn't even see this because I saw charges up here, and I was like, all right, I guess they're up somewhere else. So I didn't even, I missed this sentence before. So yeah, I think it's an interesting item conceptually. I think it could be a lot of fun. I think it works really well as like a earlier magic item, especially if you get rid of the +2, just make it a +0, or +1. But this formatting, man, it's an interesting idea, but you have to think about the logical steps that someone's going to be taking as they're reading this for the first time. Because most people that are reading your magic items, they're not going to take the time to read a paragraph that you wrote about the magic item, describing your thought process going into the way you wrote it. That will like set them up for success. The piece itself needs to set them up for success. Most people that are reading your magic items, they click the link, they scroll down to what, they look at the art, they scroll down to what it does. And that's what they do. So this person is going to do that. They're going to get confused because they're going to scroll down to what it does. And they're going to see, okay, is it down to earth? Is it bill hook? I see that it uses charges, but I don't see where they are. Like what kind of weapon? You know what I mean? Like it's just going to, you want them to be able to flow through your work. You don't want them to be stumbling. Alrighty. That was Down to Earth, brought to us by Cross. Let's give Cross a little round of applause. Cross, a little round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Ash Winter, thank you for continuing your sub. That's very kind. Let's fucking go. You're a champion. I appreciate it. All right. Anybody think of any other good prompts while we were waiting? We're going to do a speed run of... We're going to do a shit ton of prompts again before we start. We're going to look at one more magic item, though. But I'm curious, has anyone been brainstorming prompts for our speed review? Prompt: defective magic item. Okay, defective belt of grung. Warlock of friendship. Class exclude. If I miss yours, it's okay. If you can repeat yourself. I'm gonna end up missing some. Fae themed mind flayer. That's an interesting one. Slime race that eats creatures to get stats. A slime race already exists in D&D. It's called the Plasmoid. So I'm not going to put that specifically because the only thing that you have that differentiates that from a Plasmoid is something that I fundamentally would not want to put into something in the D&D thing, because that's not a good way to buff how you get stronger. I just want to see consumable... Well, I don't want to make things... I disagree with it. I just want to see a consumable item that doesn't directly help combat. Non-combat. Consumable. Magical wrestler mask. I don't... Cold fighters... We've seen so many fucking cold fighters. We could put one on the list if we want to, but it's going to be boring. Roiling cloth trap. I don't know what that means, so I'm not going to put that. What is a roiling cloth trap? Something that turns you into a construct. I like that. Time fighter. All fighters are time fighters. We have a magnetic item already on the list. Whimsy Paladin kind of already exists. Candy armor. Moth folk. Time Lord fighter. Time fighters already exist. All fighters are time fighters. Samurais are time fighters. Tooth Fairy. Axolotl. Alright, I think that's going to be a boring one, but that's fine. Tooth Fairy Warlock? Sure. Biomech Artificer? Ring of Matrimony? Yeah, that kind of thing already exists. Corporate Brand Warlock? Hat of Elemental Chaos? Santa Warlock? Guys, we're not gonna... I want you to know that we are gonna fail most of the subclass ones, just so you know. They're gonna be bad. So you can, please post, but subclass ones are fine. Way of Deflection Monk? That sounds so boring, dude. What would that be? Monk that throws things back? Fine. I'm just gonna yell about how much I hate it the whole time. Let's see here. Magic Weapon Sheath. Smoke Bomb is just Fog Cloud. I don't think we need to make that. Giant Venus Flytrap, but give it resistance to fire. I feel like you just made it. You just made it just now. You just did. All right, we got one more magic item we're going to look at, and then we'll take more prompts. We'll take more prompts in a second. But I do want to look at one more magic item before we dive into the homebrew. And this is something called the Stinger. Now, there's a lot in this magic item. We're going to do some skimming here, but I'm basically going to describe it to you in a nutshell. It is a gauntlet that has the ability to hold 4 charges. You can spend an hour to work with a poisoner's kit and 25 gold worth of materials to have it gain a charge. And then if you have proficiency in the poisoner's kit, it can regain 2 charges. I like that. I think that's a really fun detail, that you can gain more charges if you are proficient with poison. I want to push back against the hour of work here. I feel like this should be something you should be able to do over a short or long rest. When things take an hour of work to do, and they don't specify that it's over a short or long rest, especially, I don't know, a lot of time these days, I just find it to be tedious as a mechanic. I think it's probably reasonable to make it something you can do over a short or long rest. This item does a handful of things. I like a lot of what it does. The very first thing that it does, I disagree with part of fundamentally. Basically, if the item has at least 1 charge, any unarmed strikes or melee attacks made with it deal an additional 1d6 poison damage that ignores resistance to poison damage. I would just cut this part out. Why are we doing that? I'm going to be really honest here. If you want to make a item that's all about doing cool poison stuff, let it be poison. You don't need to make it remove the thing where things that are resistant to poison are unaffected by it. Things being resistant to poison being less affected by it is more interesting. This is making the fact that it's poison less interesting. Like, if you're gonna do this, make it force damage. Make it psychic damage. Why is it poison damage? It's poison damage because it's a poison glove. Let it be fucking poison damage. I'll tell you what. Adding an extra d6 damage to every single attack you make on a magic item that is not the weapon is fucking powerful. Because this stacks. This would stack with a firebrand sword. This would stack with a frostbrand blade. This stacks. This is not a magic item that's a weapon. This is a magic item that's just a magic item. So the fact that you're already adding a d6 poison damage to every attack is fucking powerful. Do you want to make this work well? Lower this to a d4 and get rid of this. Otherwise, I think you are already entering the realm of this is no longer a rare item. And it's a very, very powerful, not a rare item. Alright. So right off the bat, you gotta tone this bad boy down a slice. I think that you are not... My guess, based on reading this, is that it's designed for a monk. But they can still... This is still gonna stack with weapons and stuff, even if the monk is using it. Like, the monks could get magic monk weapons, too, you know? Whenever you succeed on a saving throw to resist being poisoned or diseased while joined to the appendage, it gains 1 charge as it reverse engineers the dangerous substance. I think this is a great mechanic. I think this is super fun. I think this is super, super fun. It's not going to happen that much, but holy shit, is it going to feel cool when it does. I like this a lot. Yeah, this could be good on anything, Shades. That's what I'm saying. This item would be good on literally anything with that fights. The reason why I think it's focused on the monk is because it specifies unarmed attacks. Usually, when somebody specifies unarmed strikes, they got a monk in mind. And then, so that's a charge to do that. No, it gains a charge to do that. This is where we get to spending charges, down here. A single touch is enough to administer horrific poisons directly to your quarry, once per turn. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or melee attack with the prosthetic, you can expend a number of charges to activate one of the following effects. So let's look at what these are. First of all, I'm going to say this very quickly. The DC should not be based on your Constitution modifier. There are times where there's an argument for something saving throw to be based on your body. This is not one of them. You are making glove poison. The DC should just be a number. 99% of magic items, the spell save DC is just a number. And a big part of that is the saving throw number here has a pretty big impact on the rarity of the item. Because it has a pretty big impact on the power of the item. Now, let's look at what these things do. This one, the target takes more poison damage, has to make a con saving throw, and on a failure, they're poisoned until the end of your next turn. I'm going to push you here. I don't think this should do extra damage. We are already doing poison damage as the base thing. We don't need one of the special moves to be more poison damage. I think if you want to make one of them be they are poisoned, I think that's great. I think extra poison damage feels redundant, and it's overkill. I'm pointing this out because there's a lot of good things in this item, but if you don't trim this stuff, it's just going to be overpowered. So what I'm looking for when I'm saying this is redundant is it's not adding anything, any feeling, right? Doing a little bit more poison damage isn't changing the way this feels. It's the poisoned condition that is changing the way this feels. Muscle depletion basically does the spell, I forget what it's called, the spell that makes you weak. Ray of sickness, ray of weakness, something like that. I would probably just copy the language from that spell, as opposed to writing it exactly like this. Wait, where did my... Oof, I thought I lost the wheel for a second. I got scared. Ray of Enfeeblement, thank you. whenever you have a magic item that is doing something very, very similar, the target deals only half damage with weapon attacks that use strength. Let's see, did you copy that? You did? Perfect. See? There we go. There we go. You did it. Lovely. Glorious. Done. Does Ray of Enfeeblement require concentration? It does. So here's another thing. This is Ray of Enfeeblement, but you don't have to maintain concentration on it. That's really strong. How many charges does this thing get? 4? Yeah, man, this is definitely a very rare item at a minimum. It's not a legendary, but it's very rare. Like if you want to keep these two and all this, that's a very rare item all by itself. And then we get this thing called Toxic Overflow, where the target suffers the effects of contagion. Okay, so I read this before. I'm going to read it again, and I'm going to give you some general feedback here. The target suffers the effect of contagion as if it were hit by it, and must make a Constitution saving throw. On a success, the roll is counted as one rolled successful saving throw towards ending the effect. The effect continues normally thereafter. Additionally, if the target eventually succumbs to the disease from the effect's description, it receives a random 1 from 4 of the 6 possibilities, D4, that you designate before using this feature. Does anybody else feel like they really understand that? Or is it just me? That is the most fucking confusing way of describing a feature, my guy. Like, what are we doing here? I'll tell you what. Being able to spend a bunch of charges and cast Contagion is pretty good. All of this is leading to confusion. And then this, oh my god, man. Holy shit. I'll tell you what, the reason why I'm going to tell you to just cut this out entirely is because it doesn't need to be any stronger than you being able to cast Contagion. That's all it needs to be. Is Contagion I spelled it wrong. How do you spell Contagion? Because I'm an idiot. Is Contagion a concentration spell? I don't think so. But it's a 5th level spell. Holy fuck. And you're getting a stronger version of it? Okay, so let's rebuild this from... Okay, so realistically, this should be a once-a-day feature. Maximum. Okay, I'm actually going to take some stuff back that I said earlier. I really like Reverse Engineer. You can't have this if this thing is getting to do crazy things like this. This is so much power. This is a 5th level spell. A 2nd level spell. Essentially a 1st level spell. And a shit ton of extra damage mostly all the time. It's no, not artifact. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're being mad. You're insane. I love you, but you're being insane. So, if you want this to work, you must simplify because you can just read chat, man. People are either saying they don't understand it or they do understand it, but it's not working well or they're struggling with it. So, this is... I get what you're going for here, is that when you cast Contagion on them, they essentially get a random secondary effect. But the language here don't work. And the power level don't work. There is good ideas in here, though. If I were you, if I was going to put this magic item in my game, this is where I would do. I would make this a D4. I would drop this. I would keep this. I would drop the extra damage here. I would probably... would keep these 2 features minus this extra damage, and I would drop Toxin Flow entirely. Or I would make Toxin Flow require 4 charges to use. But even then, I would make it the Contagion spell, and that's it. Nothing else. Even it being the Contagion spell is very strong. But I think the idea is really cool. You just got to be a little bit honest with yourself about power balancing. And about the way a feature feels on the page versus the way you understand it. Sort of like what we were talking about with the flame magic item earlier. There was a lot going on in that magic item that made sense if you broke it down and sort of like tried to sit in the perspective of the writer. But you don't want to have to do that with your homebrew. That's not good. You want your homebrew to speak for itself. You want the people that are reading it to be like, oh, cool, I'm excited. I think making it contagion requiring 4 charges is better than making it once a day, because that means in order to use contagion, you can't use any of the other features, and it also turns the magic item off until you can recharge it, which I think is very good. I think that's a benefit to it costing 4 charges. But I think a lot of people would like this magic item. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So simplify it, because there's a really good idea in here. You just got to find it. Flareware, it's a little different. I mean, I guess you could make that argument, but I think that what they're trying to do is they're trying to emulate one of the poison spells, and there very specifically is a poison spell that makes the damage output that you put out in half if it's strength-based. Like, another way they could have written this is you get the spell Ray of Enfeeblement. But it's a cool idea. All right. This was brought to us by Ivan DJ. Let's give Ivan DJ a round of applause. Thank you for sharing, Ivan. The Stinger. And they included some art at the bottom. All right, friends. It's time to get serious. All right, team. We are switching gears pretty dramatically. It is time for us to prepare for a homebrew speed brew. We have, I don't know, a bunch of prompts so far, but we're missing something. We don't have enough prompts, and we don't have enough weird prompts. Half the prompts I'm disappointed in half the prompts you guys are given. You're giving prompts for shit that normal people post. I'm tired. I don't want to make another fucking vampire. Give me some weird ideas. Weird prompts. Come on, let's go. Come on. What prompts you got? I'm not writing anything that is normal. I'll write some normal things, but too many were happening. Power Ranger Warlock. Thank you. What else you got? Creature that can copy features of party members. A magic weapon sling or a feat for slings. Feat for slings. I'll do that. Shibbldob monster. Shibbldob monster, excuse me. Milk dragon. We already did like there were already like 20 different versions of corporate warlock, capitalist warlock. The joke's been made already. We're done with that joke. It's on the list in like 2 different versions already. Oath of Cowardice. Snot Elemental. Toon Force Barbarian. Pogo Stick Fighter. Edible Teeth. Fisherman Ranger. Chicken Warden. I'm just gonna write subclass because I think I want it to be able to be more than just rangers. We've Delport, I love you, but there's already been like 6 different versions of Warlock of Corporation, Warlock of King, Warlock of Government, Warlock of Bureaucracy. So we're good on that. Sentient Gummy Worms. Airhead. Spell. Skim Milk with the 5. Poop Primordial. Got you, buddy. Thank you for the 5. The cow level. We're not making a level right now. Mom. Mom Paladin. Mom Cleric. Slot Machine Golem? Sure, that's a weird one.
Hooray! Here's a prompt. Poop Primordial.
Oh,
Enough said.
Yeah, we got you, buddy. What is a Artisan Rogue? Witch Hunter Ranger. That kind of exists already. That's the Monster Slayer. Belt that your parents beat with... No, thank you. Magic item, Boots of Yeet. Sure. Pay to Win Blade. I'm gonna give you guys a couple more minutes. I want you to think a little bit. The ratio of good ideas to bad is too skewed to bad. Artisan rogues already exist. They're called artificers. Or thief rogues. Banana magic item. AC unit artificer. Little guy. An artificer that has a toy phone on wheels from the 90s. I'll just add more. That would be less. I don't want to. That's not a subclass. That's a toy phone from the 90s. You want me to write that? Toy phone from the 90s? Comic artist wizard kind of already exists. Healing bow. Sentient Freckle. What's this? You guys are coming up with prompts that we're gonna have to speed homebrew. What is a I'll write Jedi tree, but that doesn't. What does that mean? True King. That's too long of a sentence. You sounds like you're designing a magic item as opposed to giving a prompt, but I appreciate the excitement. Guy that cries a lot. Sure. Hat of Gossip. Sure. We are speed homebrewing. We are homebrewing in 10 minutes or less a bunch of crazy shit based on your prompts. Infinite soup spoon. Yeah, we're not doing a cannibalism druid, but I do appreciate that you've suggested it a couple times. Cigarettes? No, thank you. What does Path of Devourer Barbarian even mean? What would that be? Like, I have a big mouth? Quev Serral, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Power word disco's good. Ring of cat hypnosis? Sure. Halloween candy basket? Sure. Wouldn't a Monster Hunter weapon just be a big weapon? It'd just be a giant sword, right? What is Oath of Grit and Moxie? I feel like I need a little bit more of a prompt than just the title in that one. Skeleton with flesh still on it? Yeah, sure. Rock of gravity detection. Sure. I feel like that kind of would, that seems like it would just be, I feel like you could make a 1920s guy that has powers due to his pride already in like a number of ways. I feel like half of the paladins already kind of are that. Evil Slinky? Sure. What does spell limit breaking mean? Dance bomb? We have power word disco. I think those are gonna kind of be the same, but I'll put it anyway. I have an idea for it. The opposite of a beholder? What would the opposite of a beholder even be? Like a sponge? A blind holder? You can't send your suggestion? Well, then it's probably inappropriate. Three goblins in a trench coat. It's crazy how much you guys immediately become very cringy with some of your jokes as soon as I open this floodgate. Normally, we have a much more chill audience. The amount of humor that I'm like, oof, if the person made that joke in front of me, I'd be like, oh, I don't want to talk to that guy. Come on, guys, be better. Speed brew CinderBlocksally? No, we're not doing myself. Butterfly with human ears for wings? Sure, yeah. I think some of these spells already exist. I think we're gonna give you, I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna stop. The well seems like it's running dry. I'll put Spear of Spears. That's a pretty good name. Yeah, the well has run dry. You guys are out of ideas. Okay, amazing. Amazing. These are our ideas. Look at them. Wow. Ooh, amazing. Wow. Look at them. So many cool ideas. Glorious. Glorious, glorious, glorious. All right. Let's move some stuff around a little bit. Probably need to have the timer up so I can see it. There we go. I'll put you right here. Can I make the wheel available for you to look at on your own? I don't know how to do that. You can look at it on the screen. It's on the screen. Behold it. There's a share button? Where? Oh, here? Oh, I see. Share as guests, view only. There you go. Oops, that didn't work. That just said contagion. Does that work? Oh, there you go. There's your whole wheel. There it is, chat. No sharing. No editing or anything. All right. Here's my document. I'm ready to type. You ready? New mic? Do I sound different? I don't think I have a new mic. How many will we be doing? I have no idea. I'll tell you what. I will do, after we do a couple spins, I'll see, maybe some of you will have some good ideas again. But if it's 50% of them are edgy jokes, then I'm not doing it anymore. then you're out of ideas. Because holy shit, were you coming up with some bad jokes earlier. I don't feel bad about saying that, because they were fucking bad. All right, ready. Set. Whew, I'm nervous. Bucket a 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 Toon Force Barbarian. All right. Ready? Set. Go. All right, so they have a 3rd level feature, they have a 6th level feature, they have a 10th level feature, they have a 14th level feature. We're going to give them 2 3rd level features. One of them is going to have to do with their rage, of course. This is going to be defense. This is going to be like the bag of holding stuff, probably. All right. What kind of rage mechanic are we giving this Toon Force Barbarian? Quickly, come on, chat. What are we doing? What are we doing? Here we go. 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 All right. My first thought is you enter into the element of oversized things, right? When you rage, you can make your weapon huge. Okay? When you attack with your weapon, once per turn, you can add one of the following features. Fuck. Reach. I think we do some sort of like minor stun. And then there's got to be something else. Knock back. Okay, so the reach is gonna be maybe it's gonna be plus, I don't know, plus 10 feet. Minor stun is gonna be like no reactions, maybe no reactions, no bonus actions. Maybe, or maybe some sort of movement penalty. My font is too big. And the knockback's got to be like 15 feet. Because all of these only happen once per turn. So it's okay if they're a little stronger. Okay. So when you rage, you can cartoon up one of your weapons. It has a big reach or a minor stun or a 15-foot knockback. And then we also get one more feature at third level. I think this feature is going to be minor tune force or minor hammer space. You can stow up to con modifier weapons or medium-sized objects or smaller in your pocket. Huh? Yeah, good. 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 Can we move on from third level? Or can we move on from third level? Are we good at third level? Okay. Sixth level. I think this is where we do like animated damage. Or like, I think this is where we do like the, you know, like the birds around your head, the accordion body. Cartoon physics, I think is what we call it. While raging, you are under the effects of Featherfall. While not raging, you are resistant to fall damage. Font's still too big. Everything gets smaller. We don't have much time. Okay, we'll fix that before we'll fix that before they start the next one. One more thing. Chat, I need you for the last part here. Ignore one attack of being rubber. I'm thinking it could be like once. Shit. Why do you keep saying Control A then Shift? We're not doing any more staying in the air shit. Alright. We're moving on from 6th level, but I do think it needs something else. 10th level. This is where we can sort of essentially mimic a spell. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to improve upon the 3rd level feature. cartoon weapons. Reach becomes plus 20. Stun cuts movement speed in half. Knockback either further or also knocks prone. Easy. And then 14th level. What's our big capstone? What's our big capstone? We got 3 minutes. When taking instances of bludgeoning damage, you can use your reaction to half that damage and reduce your size. That's a funny idea, but I don't know where that would fit. I mean, it could literally be like piano drop. You point at a creature within 60 feet of you and yell, "Look out!" A piano summons above their head and crashes on them. Could be something like that. It's kind of boring, though, isn't it? It's not boring. I don't know if it fits. You know what? You know what I think's better? I think we do rubber body here. Whenever you are hit with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to bounce the weapon back. The creature hits itself, dealing a blank amount of damage. I don't know how much. I think that. Boom. You get a reaction, bounce back damage. I think it's a 14th level feature. I don't think the damage is going to be that crazy. I think it could just be a forever feature. Is it better if it's limited, but not a forever feature? Okay, how about this? I have 1 minute. Attacking itself for hitting itself for full damage, and you can apply one of the effects of your cartoon weapon combat times per day. Boom! Done! Done! So when you bounce it back, you can cut their speed in half or knock them back or something. Boom! With 12 seconds to spare. Let's fucking go. Okay, now we need to change something here. Oh, that needs to be 18. Also, I'm going to share this document with you guys too. There you go. Timer, we're good. Timer, we're done. Stop. Okay, that was pretty good. That was a good start. That felt like a good start. Chat, remind me to share the document. Actually, I'm also going to put it in the YouTube video description. Let me do that right now. All right. If you're watching on YouTube, it should be in the YouTube video description. If you're watching on Twitch, you got to ask for it. But there it is. I think that's it. Okay. Woo! Okie dokie. You guys ready for the next one? Stream elements. Shut the fuck. Oh god, I gotta fix stream elements. Stream elements is acting out. Stop that. Why are you doing that? Okay. Okay, the command wheel in Twitch should now work to... Now, let me just make sure it works. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, sorry about that. Now, let's get back into it, shall we? Ready? Set. Well, we're spinning first. We're spinning first. Holy shit! Another Barbarian, and it's a really boring one. No offense to whoever made that suggestion. It is the Path of the Dragon Barbarian. Reroll? No, we're not re-rolling. We're not re-rolling. We're not re-rolling. This is your fault. The only person you have to blame is yourself, okay? You guys made these suggestions. I even tried to say no to some, okay? This is your fault. You have no one to blame but yourself. We're not re-rolling. We're gonna write it fast. Ready, set, go. All right. 3rd level, 6th level, 10th level, 14th level. All right, 3rd level. Dragon Rage. Dragon type. You get resistance to that. Also, you can have your attacks deal that type of damage while raging. Also, you can replace your attack with a big ol' fire breath. 1 attack. And I think that this is just separate from rage, actually. And it's just, I don't know, con times per day. That's 3rd level. Done. Is that bad? Is that enough? Why only fire? Do whatever you want. You speak Draconic. Alright, 6th level. You get blind sight. Or some element of super... You get blind sight. Or... bonus to proficient to perception, or to investigation, and you can switch it on a short rest. Yeah? Yeah? You with me so far? Getting the Wisdom of the Dragon at 6th level, is that good? Alright. If we need more, we can look at it again, but I'm moving on. We're going on to 10th. Your Dragon Breath is much bigger if you use it while raging. Your extra damage when you attack elemental damage style, you do more damage. Yeah, simple. You submit a prompt when we're done this one, and I ask for more submissions for prompts. Why not proficiency bonus times per day? Because I think con modifier times per day is a better job of exemplifying this being tied to something in your physical body. I also think it does a better job of encouraging you to play into being a barbarian. Flight speed is something that the totem barbarian gets, so we're not doing that. We're not doing a roar where they get to scare everybody. That's something the Berserker Barbarian gets. What else do dragons do? Other than fly, breathe fire. Tail. I guess we could do something like that. We could give you, like, I know what we do. We give you dragon wings. But they're not for flying. When you get dragon wings. That's terrible. You can replace your attack. Oh, I don't want it to replace our attack. At the end of your turn, you can grow spectral wings that either help or hinder. You can move up to 30 feet. Without causing op attacks. Oh, no. But I better idea. Go on. We are gonna do it. This is either gonna be a bonus. I guess it's gonna be a bonus action. Bonus action. You can fly up to. I want it to be flight though. Fuck. Okay, bonus action. You grow big ol' wings. Everything within 15-foot radius of you. Look at 20. No, 15's fine. Has to make a dex save. Or take big damage and be knocked prone. After which you can... no, I think that might be good. I just think it's that. You just do a big... knock everybody down around you. Dragon wings. I don't think we need to be disarming. I feel good about it. Considering I don't really have any interest in making a Dragon Barbarian anymore, and there's a million of them, I feel like it's fine. If not a little bit boring. As with all Dragon Barbarians. When you use your Dragon Breath instead of the normal effect, you can manifest wings from your back. Made of the same energy. You move 30 feet and deal damage. That could be cool. That could work well. That could work well. That could work really well, Delport. Alright. I think we're done with the dragon. Done with the Path of the Dragon. Done with it. Moving on. Eight minutes. We did it. Didn't even need the last two. All right, folks. Before we jump into the next one, people in chat were requesting it. So, if you would like to submit some more ideas for prompts, now's your time. What's your ideas for prompts? Share them now or forever hold your peace. Fair warning, if it is a cringy joke or a stupid joke, I am just going to ignore it. But if it's a stupid joke that could be made into good homebrew, I will write it down. Artifact. Cosmic Cauldron. Worm Person. The Human Indomitable Will. What does that mean? I think that's just called getting a feat at first level. No more ideas? A feat that does something with plants, isn't it? Feat does something with plants. Interesting. Dragon arm. You know what? I'm not going to do it because it's just the fucking Dragon Barbarian again. You know how you make the dragon arm? You take a fucking dragon breath and you plug it onto an arm. We don't need to make that. We don't need to waste time making the most obvious fucking thing. You know what I mean? Hey, I have an idea for an arm that does something that is one of the most common features in D&D. How would I express that in D&D? Oh, I guess you'd use one of those most common features. Oh, okay, cool. Drill arm? Sure. A monster you can only see out of the corner of your eye? I don't know how I would... I mean, we could try that. I have a Band-Aid. It's making typing harder. Healing potion mimic. That's mean. I sounded a little mad there. Yeah, because I thought it was a bad idea. And I didn't know why I didn't. It was like, why are we making it? Why are we doing that? Skim Milk, thank you for the 5. A Martian Green Men. Traditional aliens, I guess I'd call them. It's like Martians. Green Men. We'll remember what that means. Thank you for the 5. Modularized rules for prosthetics would be cool, but wouldn't be a speed brew. Yeah, that wouldn't really be a speed brew. Sure, location. We'll get weird with it. Iron Islands. But we're not doing the one from Lord of the Rings. We're going to be making my own version of it. Mind Slayer? What does that even mean? I'm writing it down. Jigsaw flail? What is a jigsaw flail? College of Schools? Sure. Fail snail? Yeah, sure. Good.
A Martian. Green men.
I got you, buddy. Googly eyes? A monster that mildly inconveniences you? I don't know if that would be fun. Sure. Mildly... Oops. Mild inconvenience monster. Did I spell inconvenience wrong? Yes. Miniature minotaurs already exist. There's actually some really good homebrew for them. They're called Minotaurs. I've used them in a couple campaigns. You can find them online pretty easily. Pandora's box? Eh. An umbrella that makes it rain? Sure. Rainbrella. Ketchup but evil? Sure. A giant goose? That already exists in D&D. There's already stat block for that. It's in the Feywild book. Fractal axe? That's a cool name. I'll write that down. The bomb box, but it explodes? I don't know what the bomb box is. Where do you submit? You submit by telling me them right now. You type them into the chat with your words. With your keyboard. Or your phone or whatever. Headless Hydra? Love it. The Mystic Potato. All right, we're going to take a couple more, and then we're going to spin again. Your parents? We already... there's like 6 different mom subclasses already, or at least 2 or 3 different ones. Maybe not 6, but we're good on parents. Clover, we don't need to make an item that grants you the Horde Breaker feature from the Hunter subclass, because you can just make that. You just made it. You literally made it right now. The way I would make that is I would write down the Horde Breaker feature. I would just do that. You see what I mean? Like, we don't... All right, the well has run low again. All right, we're gonna go back to spinning. We're gonna go back to spinning. You guys are lovely, but get better ideas. All right, let's pick one. Bucket a 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 bucket. The Infinite Soup Spoon. Let's go. I think this one's going to be pretty easy. Ready? Go. Magic item. Uncommon. I think I know how it works. I think I know what it is. I think I know exactly what this thing is. Let me just... I don't even... Like, I'm not even rushing. We can just hang out. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. When you use this... Band-Aid! When you use this spoon to remove soup from a bowl, the soup remains. That's kind of it, right? No. When you use this spoon to eat soup, let's be a little bit more specific. Eat soup from a bowl. It doesn't deplete the soup. How do we write that? It doesn't consume. I mean, that is the word to use, isn't it? From the bowl. Something like that. But I don't want to use the word consume because we're eating. When you dip the spoon into any non-harmful, non-magical liquid, it emerges with the liquid, with liquid on it, no liquid. Okay, you're halfway there. Okay, we're gonna take some of that. We're gonna take. Okay, when you use the spoon to eat soup from a bowl, no soup. No, that's not the right way to write it either. I guess no soup. Let me just try that. No soup. It's harder than I thought. That's halfway there. God damn it. I don't like that sentence. That's a bad sentence. Okay, I think I know how to do it. When you use this spoon to eat soup from a bowl, the quantity of soup in the bowl is not diminished. I think that's it. It took longer to get there than I thought it was going to be, honestly, but I think that's it. Yeah, we're gonna limit it to soup. Otherwise, it's a little too strong. I think if you wanted to make it any liquid, you would want to use the language that somebody used earlier. Who was that? I don't remember. But somebody's like diesel. You'd make it specifically non-harmful, non-magical liquid to make it sort of balanced. I think does not decrease could also work. I think is not diminished feels better in this very specific circumstance because I'm trying to imply that it's like you are removing soup, but the amount of soup is not lessened. And I think that is a better way I think that is not diminished feels better there to help focus that in. From like just a feeling perspective. What opens the Discord? What are you talking about? All right. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Done. Done. Easy. Easy clap. Infinite soup spoon. Done. Feels good. You would drink in endless bits of ocean water would be pretty good, man. You never know. All right. Should we spin again? Probably. Unless, okay. No, I don't trust you guys. You're out of good ideas. Bucket, a 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 bucket. Is this fun? Good. I'm glad. It's fun for me too. Yeah! Yes! Yes! I was so hoping this would be one of them. Oh, I'm so glad. Yes, I was so... Oh, I am pumped. Let's fucking go. This is one of the ones that I really wanted. I really wanted this one to get spun. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I am excited. Okay, let's go. I think it could probably still be uncommon, so long it was just a spoonful at a time and you had to drink it. Okay, Power Word Disco. We need to do a couple things before we get... There is one thing we need to do before we start typing this one up. 1 second. Let me just fix one thing. We're gonna... I mean... Okay, now we're ready to do Power Word Disco. Okay. So this is going to be a 9th level spell. Ready? Set. Go. 9th level spell. Component. Just verbal. You utter a proclamation of... What's a disco phrase that somebody would yell? Like, what's a classic disco phrase? That can't be how you spell proclamation. Whatever. Boogie down. Yeah, boogie down. No, I think it's just boogie. Because it's just one word. Okay, yeah, my confusing it. Okay, you utter a proclamation of boogie. Is this spell affecting one creature or all creatures around you? All? Okay. All creatures within 60 feet of you with 100 HP, with less than 100 HP begin to boogie. While boogieing, they must... Is it like Odaluke's? Is it like Odaluke's... Is it like Odaluke's Irresistible Dance? Or is it doing other things? I think it's the dance thing. Okay. All boogieing creatures. All boogieing creatures drop whatever they are holding and spend their next turn and must spend their next action pulling sweet moves. Dance moves. I think that might be it, right? On subsequent turns, you can use your action to keep the party going. Recreating the effect. Or maintaining the effect. How about that? That feels pretty good. That's very powerful. What do we think? It takes away all creatures within 60 feet of your entire action with no saving throw. It disarms and removes the action economy from everything within 60 feet of you. That's a big oomph. You have to use your action to keep it going. So you can keep the party going as long as you can keep using your action to keep it going. It's a 9th level spell. I don't think we need a limiter on it from a 9th level spell perspective in that regard. And there's also a way to get out of it. If a creature can get more than 60 feet away from you, which might be hard to do because they don't have their action, so they can't dash, but then they're out of it. Yeah, they could boogie down out of range. Exactly. I think this is great. I really like this. No concentration, no. We want it to be a power word spell. Power word spells, I don't think any of them require concentration, and none of them have saving throws either. They're all based on hit points, and they just happen. That's why they're power word spells. Oh yeah, it hits allies too, for sure. It's a boogie aura. Yeah, it's imagine you say boogie and then bush, everybody's boogieing around you. I think it's gonna boogie woogie all the way down. Crazy Moose. 8th months. Let's go. We're about to have a baby. Boogie is more than just sound. It's also sight. Boogie is sight and sound. You know what I mean? How long until a con save for an exhaustion? That's up to your dungeon master, I think. All right, cool. Guys, I feel really good about this one. I think it's good. I think we're grooving. I think we paused the clock. I don't think there's anything else to add right now. It should include fairy fire effects? Okay, cool, fine. An illusory disco ball, party lights, and funky grooves emanate from you. How about that? I think that's pretty good. Cool. All right, I'm pausing the clock. I think we're done. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm so glad we rolled that one. I like that one a lot. That was a really fun one. Kaboosh. All right, before we spin again, anyone else have an idea they want to share? Power word conjuration spell? No, I have not heard about it. I haven't looked at any of... So, D&D released a whole new... Wizards of the Coast released a bunch of info about the new player's handbook and a bunch of classes and stuff. I didn't actually look at any of that yet. And I was thinking about making a stream where I talked about that. But I didn't want to do that tonight. I wanted to play this game instead. So maybe this weekend's busy, but maybe next week we'll do a stream where we look at that stuff and talk about that stuff. Vandos Many Hands? Yeah, sure, we'll add that. That's a great name. Can that be an NPC? I appreciate the reverse beholder. I don't think we're gonna do one. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna write a reverse beholder, but I don't agree with the reverse beholder being a cube. So if it rolls, it might not be that. Just don't be upset. Perfect. I like that you said perfect. The egg of multiplication. You put your DNA in someone else. Nah, that's good. That's just babies. That's just babies. Magical super glue already exists. It's one of the more... It's a very cool legendary item. But it's in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Barbarian in a barrel. The unbreakable rock. Sure. Non-magical super glue? Sure. Unmovable rods. Cereal and milk monster. We actually have a milk dragon on the list, but I'll put cereal and milk monster, sure. It's not a boulder, it's a rock. 9th level spell, divination spell 1 with the world. I feel like that kind of already exists. Like foresight is kind of that. You know? Unstoppable rod, sure. Bad berry? Yeah, sure. Elemental energy drinks? I wrote Drix. Bag of molding? Rock of rock? There's like 3 things that are essentially rock of rock already on this list. I think we're good. All right, let's do another spin. Bucket a 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 bucket. Unstoppable rod. Wow, one of the most recent submission ideas. Cool. I have an idea for this one. Oops. I actually think I know exactly what this is going to be, and I want to hear your thoughts. Unstoppable Rod. It's going to be a magic item. Oops. Magic item. I think we're going to go with rare. The Unstoppable. This rod looks like an ordinary piece of iron with a small button. Wait, did I hit the timer? I didn't hit start the timer. Shit. Sorry. Shit. All right. Well, let's remember that I cheated a little bit there. This rod looks like an old piece of iron with a small button on the side. It functions like it's a small weapon in D&D, like a dagger. Like a dagger, but deals bludgeoning damage instead of piercing. When you throw the Unstoppable Rod, it never stops. Anytime it would hit a creature, they must make a dexterity saving throw. DC, I don't know, 13. Or it pierces through them and keeps going. The rod deals... Let's make it a... It's got to be a lot. Let me just think for a second. Okay, so... Okay. Tiny... Small... Tiny... Medium. Okay, so it does. The rod deals 5d10 bludgeoning damage to... One second. This is going to be amazing, by the way. On a failure, the rod deal... how much time do I have? I actually really like this, so I have to pay attention to how much time I have. Okay, 7 minutes. I'm good. I need to move this here. On a failure, the rod deals 5d10 bludgeoning damage to the target. If they are tiny in size. For every size category they are above tiny, the damage goes down by 1 dice size. 1d10. So, and I think that's the whole item. What do you guys think? So essentially, the logic of this is if there is an object that will not stop moving, that would completely fuck up a little creature. But is it really going to fuck up a dragon? It's getting hit by like a needle. There is also another element of this item that I don't know if any of you have noticed. It's one-time use. Notice that? It never stops. So you get one shot at this. So, yeah, 5d10 bludgeoning damage is a lot. But that's going to be 4d10 against the small creature, 3d10 against the medium, 2d10 against the large. And it's not doing anything to the giant creature. We could actually make it, let's make it 6d10. No, we'll keep it as 5. 5 feels good. 5 is a good round number. Oh, okay. Yeah, good call. When it hits an object or structure, it leaves a perfect 2-inch diameter hole, dealing 1d, moving through it and leaving it structurally sound. Perfect. Unstoppable rod. It goes through them and leaves a perfect hole. It doesn't, it's too unstoppable for it to break glass. It just cuts through. I think that's up to the Dungeon Master to decide. I think at the distance in which trajectory starts to matter, you are now entering Theater of the Mind in a way that I don't think it will matter. You can't hold on to it and throw it up. When you throw it up, it goes. You threw it. It's thrown. How about this? How about this? When you make a thrown weapon attack with it, now it's tied to the mechanic of thrown weapon attacks, which completely eliminates 80% of the loopholes, I think. Because can you normally grab onto a dagger after you throw it? No, you throw it. I think if you tied a rope to it, you would die. Because it would, again, it doesn't break anything. It just keeps going. So you would just get crushed by the weight of hitting everything. You know? Have you ever seen any of those movies where, like, a monster tries to squeeze a guy through, like, a grate or something and he turns into, like, cheese as he's pushed through? That's what would happen. What does Monk having to catch projectiles have anything to do with this item? Are you going to be throwing this at your monk? Here, I mean, I'll tell you what I think. I'm going to be real honest here, guys. All of these suggestions, all of these thoughts about tying stuff to it, you can't tie a rope to a throwing knife. It won't work. Like, you could maybe tie a rope to a spear or to a bow and arrow, but a throwing knife has to do this. Like, if you couldn't normally do that, I don't think you're going to do that. I just think it's like, if you cool, then it's no longer really it's no longer a thrown weapon, and you're not making a thrown weapon attack with it. You know what I mean? Like if I tie a rope to it and hurl it in an arc, it doesn't fly in an arc. It goes forever. It never stops. Also, deflect missile would require you to reduce the damage to 0 to throw it back. That is true. I don't think anyone can catch this, guys. It never stops. This is a very concrete phrase right here. There is no if, ands, or buts. There is no exceptions made to this rule. Oh, I was gonna make it where if you push the button, it does something, but we can just get rid of that. It can just be regular. You can't... How? You can't grab it. You can't grab it. How do you grab it? That's what I'm saying. It goes through it. It leaves a hole in the immovable rod or the impenetrable cloak, but it leaves it structurally sound. Yeah, it's like the lightning javelin. It's no longer a weapon. Yeah, it sort of changes it. Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. I feel good about it. Timer's up. I think it's solid. I think all of the disagreements about how it functions is ignoring aspects of it being a thrown weapon, but not dealing damage like a thrown weapon. That's okay. I think it's great. Go team! Unstoppable Rod. Glorious. Kadoosh. All right, any other ideas before we move on? Ooh, that's a cool emoji. All right, let's give her a spin. Weird question. Does it just go straight off the planet, or does it curve with it? I think it just goes straight forever. I think it just goes straight forever. Stoppable Rod? You funny. Bucket a 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 bucket. Cereal and milk monster. All right. Okay. We're not doing a dragon because there's a different dragon on the list. So we're gonna let this be different. This is a cereal and milk monster. I have some thoughts. Ready, set, go. All right, so this is going to be based off of the Shambling Mound. Shambling Mound plus ooze, basically. High strength. High con. Low mental stats. Now, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this is a monster that gets... I'm thinking this. It starts strong and then turns into mush. So, I'm thinking it has high AC, no ooze powers. Every round, its AC goes down, and it becomes more amorphous. After its AC goes down by, let's say, -3, it auto engulfs creatures that attack it. Or auto attempts, I should say. So that way it'll sort of get like mushy as the cereal gets mushy. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're going to really shorthand this because I want to actually write it. Oh, so we're going to start with an AC of 16 and HP of like, let's say 127, 126. Strength is going to be 19. Dex is going to be... Strength is going to be 19. Dex is going to be 12. Con is going to be 20. No, con is going to... Yeah, con will be 20. Int is going to be 1. Wisdom is going to be 10. and charisma is going to be 1. Okay, basic stats. It's going to have a passive. At the end of each of its turns, its AC gets -1. At -2 AC, it becomes immune to grapple restrained. At -3, it can attempt to engulf creatures as a reaction to them attacking with melee. Okay? Okay. It's gonna have a basic slam attack. What's CR do we want this thing to be? Like 6, 5, 7, somewhere in there. So its attack is gonna be somewhere in the range of a plus, like, it's gonna be like +7-ish to hit. It's gonna go 2d8 plus 4 bludgeoning. And I think, do we want its attack to be better earlier when it's more crunchy, and then it becomes weaker? I don't know if I like that or not. Maybe it's slashing damage at first. And then, at -1 AC. No. I don't like that. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it start. Okay, this is a weird idea, but here's what we're gonna do. It's gonna start by doing 4d4 slashing damage. And then at -1 or 2 AC, it becomes 2d8 bludgeoning. Or maybe it becomes 2d6 and it just goes down. That could work. To sort of represent it getting like softer, you know? At -3, yeah, it becomes 2d4. That's kind of fun too. And then it has engulf. It also gains grapple at -1 AC. So at first it's just punching stuff. And then as it gets weaker, it starts to grapple too. And then engulf. Same as, what's the monster that we're basing this? Same as Shambling Mound. We don't even need to make it any different than that. Except creatures engulfed that can creatures engulfed can, how about this? If an engulfed creature spends at least blank rounds eating the milk and cereal monster from the inside, it gets a bonus to its attempt to break free. Something like that. Lactose intolerant creatures have disadvantage on strength, dex, con checks until their next long rest. I think it's pretty good. Beazle, I would probably say no. I would say that this is like an internal process, and I probably wouldn't have you be able to juke it with spells. I would just make it an internal process. It wouldn't literally be when this monster is impacted in such a way that its AC is negative by 2 in any regard. It gets these features. It would be like when this happens. We're doing speed brewing, and somebody asked for a cereal and milk monster. So we have an ooze thing. That's it in a nutshell. That's my speed brew. I think it's good. I think it's pretty solid. Cold should not make it hard again, because mushy cereal is not made unmushy. It's just made frozen when it's cold. I feel good about it. Done. I think we're done. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. We need a name? It has a name. It's the milk and cereal monster. Cereal and milk monster. I don't think that's true, because there's humans that are lactose intolerant and humans that aren't. So I think it just depends on the character. Maybe you should just ask your players before the next campaign starts if their characters are lactose intolerant, you know? You don't need one cavity necessarily. It doesn't necessarily need to be a sugar cereal. You know, they might be doing like one of those like bran cereals. Plain cornflakes. Plain cornflakes and whole milk. There's not too much cereal sugar in that situation. All right, I'm calling it. Boop. Cool. Cereal and milk monster. In the bank. Grip Shard. Thank you for the resub. Let's fucking go. I appreciate that. If anybody wants to see a copy of this thing, if you are watching on Twitch, you do the command wheel, I think. And in YouTube, a link to this whole document is in the video description. If you like any of these ideas and decide you want to actually like use them or fuck with them or just watch them in process. All right. What if you're watching from your fridge monitor? Then you've got a fancy fridge, my guy. And you're living that high life. That high, strange life of fridges with monitors. Or you're from the future. Are you from the future? Or the past? Because that was also sort of more of a fad a while ago. It's less popular now than it used to be. So you're either from the past or the future, is my guess. All right, any other silly ideas? Before I spin, speak now. This is that 2-minute in-between time where you have a chance. There's already 2 different puppeteer ventriloquist things on this list, so we're good on that. We don't need another one. Giga Chad Goblin? Sure. Cat? A cat with that W? What does that mean? Orb of Confusion? Sure. A cat that wall? I feel like that's slang that I don't understand. Oven of Time Hag? That's hard, but we could try to make that work. Oops, I wrote hang. Smelliest sock? Bottle of Repel Feline? Diesel, thank you for the 5. Blade of Space Distortion, sure. That could actually be a cool magic item, not just a silly one. Comfy bed kind of already exists, weirdly, in the game. Heart of Menace. Walmart elf. Dude, I'm so sick of elf subraces.
Blade of Space Distortion.
Yeah, we got it. Twitch, why are you so slow today? It's a good idea. He wants it to be an artifact, which is easy, because that sounds like an artifact. Spicy pickle, sure. A Warhammer Boomerang? What would that... yeah, we could do a Warhammer Boomerang. I don't know what that means exactly, but... A boomerang that has all the features of the grim dark future world. A mustache that attaches to you like a parasite. That has literally been homebrew we've reviewed on this stream already. Somebody has actually made that creature. It might have been Dice Admiral. Dentures of consumption. What does that mean? I'll put dent. We have fake teeth already on this list. A cape that's too big. Yeah, there's already teeth, believe it or not. Isn't that silly? Tungsten cloud, sure. A tungsten cloud is just going to be a rock in the air. I spelled it wrong. Walmart Genasi? Sure, we'll do that. Your mother's cooking. True King, come on, man. You were doing so good at not being super cringy earlier. You were so good. You were right there. Get back to it. I believe in you. A distracting rock? Why is everyone obsessed with rocks? Graveyard mimic? That's just a mimic in a graveyard. Rocks are cool. Rocks are cool. Rock of rocks should be added. Sure, I got you. All right, we're spinning again. Bucket, 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 bucket. I think we have one location on the list so far. A sentient freckle. I don't even know what this is. This is a magic item or a creature or what? We'll figure it out. Sentient freckle. You think it's a curse? Oh, it could be a curse. Ooh. I know, I was cheating. Okay, I'll start the timer. Okay, we're thinking curse. A curse could work. I like it as a curse. When you slay a creature with freckles, with malice in your heart, when you slay an what's the word I want to look for? Not innocent, but like when you slay an innocent freckled creature, make a... What kind of saving throw is it going to be? Probably charisma. On a failure, one of their freckles appears in your body. The Freckle changes positions whenever no one is looking at it. The Freckle is sentient and can communicate telepathically with you and see through your senses. Whenever you do anything other than attempt to rectify, anything other than attempt to outwardly support and work towards the benefit of freckled creatures, the Freckle will ask you why you are being so annoying. Okay? If you do not answer aloud, you don't answer out loud, the Freckle will give you a -1 d4 penalty to any attack rolls or ability checks you make until you either start working towards the betterment of freckled creatures or give an answer as to why you are being annoying that it honestly accepts. Based on its past. How about that? The only way to remove the curse is to make a lasting impact on the overall happiness of the overall quality of freckled creatures' lives, or to kill 1,000 freckled creatures. 100. How about that? That's fucking weird, right? Once the curse, if you remove the curse by slaying 100 freckled creatures, you become a freckled creature, and there's got to be another aspect to it. And you have a -1 d4 penalty to any attack rolls, saving throws, or ability checks made against creatures who dislike freckled creatures. How about that? So either you learn to be good to the freckled, or you learn to slay the freckled. But if you learn to slay the freckled, you become one, and then you must face the negative consequences of other people not liking you as a freckled creature. Can't cut it off. It changes places. I think it's great. I think it's done. Curse of the Freckle. The Freckle curse. Let's go. I'm a god. It started with one. That's true. You could end up with quite a lot of freckles. Hold it? All right, I'll hold it. Oh, yeah. Did you notice the curse does kind of spread itself? How, Yeah, sure. If you become a freckled creature, yeah, definitely. Can this curse stack? Sure, why not? You would get annoyed by it? I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. I would get annoyed by it being in a game that I was playing because I think it's a stupid idea. So I am okay with it being annoying. And let's be real. If you had a good dungeon master and you had this curse afflicted by you were afflicted by this curse, it's very easy to not be affected by it at all. You just have to explain what you're doing. Hey, why aren't you helping save the freckled creatures? Oh, because there's this dragon that's attacking the village. We're dealing with that first. Oh, okay. There, done. You just need to explain yourself to it a lot. But again, it's not a good item because it's a stupid idea. All right. Bucket a 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 bucket. Douche. Bear with too many horns. Bear with too many horns. Okay, I think I have an idea for this one already. Let's get this set up, though, before we start typing it. Oh, you know what? I was gonna maybe be thinking of bear with literal horns, but I like bear with too many horns. Okay, so this is gonna be like an alternative brown bear stat block. And it's gonna have a charisma of 16 instead of the regular one. And it's going to have here a second. New features. So it's a brown bear with a charisma of 16. Broth in performance. It pulls a wagon overflowing with horns, brass instruments. Anyone that steps within 30 feet of the wagon must make a wisdom save or be convinced that this bear has too many horns. And do everything in their power to steal at least one. Okay? Okay. Shiggy with it, thank you for the resub. Whenever any of the bear's horns are removed from the wagon, by anyone other than the bear, it immediately gets 50 temp HP, gains a +5 bonus to its attack and damage rolls, as well as an additional claw attack. How about that? Bear with too many horns. Just a bear playing his music, living his life. But my goodness, if you try to take those horns, he becomes very angry and then tries to kill you. I feel good about that. Diesel, you are thinking so narrow-mindedly. What the fuck do you call proficiency in performance? I would call that whatever you need a bard to do. I think if you give the bear no... Okay, that's not a bad idea. If you give the bear a new horn, not one previously stolen, it will be non-hostile to you and offer to play you a song. What's CR? Probably like 3. Maybe 2. 3. CR3, I think. Does it matter of the horn stolen if you stole it from someone else? No, it doesn't matter if you stole it from someone else. So long as you didn't steal it from the bear, he's fine. I think he's good. Bear with too many horns. I'm going to be honest. I think this is fucking amazing. I really like this bear. Done. Great idea. Can we tame him? Well, you can make him non-hostile if you offer him a horn, and then he'll play you a song. I wouldn't be surprised if a bard would be able to maybe get a little duet going, you know? I don't think you can wild shape into it. Maybe it'll count as a monstrosity or a fey creature. I'd actually probably make it fey. Because it fits fey more than it does the real world, let's be honest. Cool. All right. Those are my thoughts with the bear with too many horns. 4 minutes to spare. It's a little easier when you don't write up the whole stat block. We saved a lot of time there by just basing it off the brown bear stat block. But I'm okay with that. I call that a win. I call that a win. Please, please. Too much. Too much. I don't need the applause. Please. Idiot Fish, thank you for the follow. Great name. Uh-oh. So what are you guys going to be when you grow up? You figure that out yet? You still working on it? A puppy? An adult? You say that, man. You ain't gonna feel like one. Most adults really don't feel like adults. Or if they do, it's because they're broken inside, at least a little bit. Beazle, if that's a problem for you, then don't use it. I'll tell you what, man, based on this chat, it'd be a problem for half the people here. Cringe jokes are out the woodwork of this stream. I don't know why. Barrymore? very good. Crazy. Bucket a 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 Barrymore's really good. Yeah, that was. Sometimes you guys are just smarter and more clever than I am, and I am very much appreciated for it. All right, the Chicken Warden subclass. We are going to make a Chicken Warden subclass next. So we are going to make a couple decisions before we make it. Really, we're going to make one decision before we make it, which is what subclass is this going to be for? They wanted it to be for the Ranger. We could do Ranger. Dude, this music's fucking crazy. What is... I like it. Let's just do weird ghost music for a little while. What are we doing for Chicken Warden? Now, they initially said they wanted it to be Ranger. Druid, Cleric. I think Druid is a good idea for it. Is it going to be... Because I'll tell you what, because I don't want it to be... I almost don't want to go Ranger. Because I just want... Rangers have enough pet stuff going on. A Paladin's not a bad idea either. Okay, Paladin or Druid? Which one? Paladin or Druid? I like either of them. Paladin or Druid? Stop suggesting things that aren't Paladin or Druid. You make your vote count. Paladin, 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 Paladin. Wow, so many Paladins. All right, we're doing Paladin. Okay. Good to know. Okay, so. Let's prepare ourselves here. Ready, set, go. Okay, Paladins get spell list. They get third level channel divinity. They get 7th aura. They get 15th. Fuck. Anything, and then they get 20th avatar mode. So, guys, give me suggestions for spell lists. I'm not going to look up spells. I don't have time. I'm going to start working on the channel divinities. But if you have spell list ideas, let me know. Okay, so what is the Paladin of the circle? What does the Chicken Warden Paladin do? Okay. Featherfall. Yeah, Featherfall. Good call. For sure, Featherfall. Okay, Channel Divinity 1. Channel Divinity 1, I think we're going to do something like... I think we'll do something like Fly the Coop. Creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you can immediately can immediately move up to their movement speed. Whoa, music, you took a weird turn and it's fucking me up. I gotta deal with that right now. Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. Can move their movement speed without triggering op attacks. Something like that. Block of familiars. Why pass without a trace? Speak with animals. Sure. Here's Fly the Coop. Everybody get out! It's like there's a fox. There's a you like alarm? All right, we'll put alarm instead of speak with animals. All right. What should the next one be? I want it to be like summon. Pass without a trace, haste, jump. I don't like giving haste to paladins. Astral Attatrace just feels weird on this. This isn't like a sneaky one. I don't know. I'm going a different direction. Okay. Fly the coop. Everybody around you can fucking run away. I think we need like, peck the ground to gain HP. That's not a bad idea. Okay, that could maybe be the aura. Eden. Creatures of your choice within 10 feet of you can use their action / bonus action to peck the ground and gain temp HP equal to dice plus half, equal to, I don't know, half your paladin level. Something like that. Because you're just always throwing feed, you know? You're throwing feed. Gust of wind. Okay, we need another channel divinity. We need another channel divinity. Cry of Dawn. What should Cry of Dawn be for channel divinity? I like that. Is it going to be like creatures? Maybe it could be like I don't know what that's going to be. How much time do we have? 5 minutes? Okay. I know what the avatar mode's going to be, so I'll just do that right now. The avatar mode is like friends help. Action. You are swarmed by spiritual chickens. Oh, you know what? Maybe you get spirit guardians and it's chickens. That makes sense. Okay. You are swarmed by spiritual chickens. Whenever a creature attacks you or any of your allies within 30 feet of you, chickens shoot out and deal damage to them. We'll say this lasts a minute. It's gotta have something else in there too. We need another shit. How much time do I have? I don't have much time. We need another channel divinity and we need the 15th level feature. Cry of Dawn makes people fall asleep. It's an interesting idea, but I don't know if it fits. They take a level of exhaustion. That's kind of interesting too. Create a magical egg. Sure, I like that. How about that? We just call this one egg. You summon an egg. A creature can consume the egg to get some bonus to some types of checks for 10 minutes. Area within 30 feet of you is difficult terrain. That makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, we need a 15th level feature. Chicken companion. It's a little late for a chicken companion. Maybe we call it chicken companions. And everybody gets a chicken companion. Giant chicken companion? You learn the spell Summon Steed. Actually, no, we'll just put Summon Steed. Alright, whatever. No. It's a little... It just feels out of pocket late. Do you know what I mean? You learn the spell Summon Steed, but can cast it in a special way, where you get a special giant chicken. Maybe that's it? It does feel late to be getting a steed. Switch it with egg? Oh, make it like a channel divinity? That's not a bad idea. So we don't learn the spell Summon Steed. We'll just let you summon... You summon a special giant chicken steed. It lasts 1 hour. And then the 15th level feature is egg. You create an egg. It functions like... It functions like Tiny Hut? Eh. Guys, we don't have much time left. We're out of time. Fuck! That's unfinished. Unfinished! God damn it! That's alright, that's alright, that's alright, that's alright. We that's enough for somebody else to finish it if they really want to. I think that's pretty good so far for a chicken paladin, personally. I think we're gonna fail a bunch of these guys. I thought we were gonna fail a bunch of these. So the fact that we've been doing any of them successfully is pretty impressive. All right. Should we do we get a round of applause or no? Because we didn't really finish it. We'll do like a light round of applause. But not like a big one. Doom and despair. Cry of Dawn could have a creature reroll initiative. Avatar mode is called Kentucky Fried Champion. All great ideas. All great ideas. All great ideas. Bucket, 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 bucket. Ooh. Ketchup, but evil. What's today's date? June 18th. Yeah, I just want to do something in this document right now. The following are a list of prompts of attempted homebrew for D&D 5e based on prompts from chat. We only had 10 minutes before lunch. Now people will know what it is when they look at the document. All right. What do we spin? Ketchup, but evil. Woo. I'm hesitant to click the button because I don't know what we should make this. But maybe that means I just have to click the button. I'm clicking it. Okay, Ketchup but Evil, guys. What the fuck are we doing for Ketchup but Evil? What is Ketchup but Evil gonna be? We need more game show music. Is it a magic item? Is it an ooze? Is it a slime? Is it a magic item or not? Oh my god, I need to decide. It's a magic item. Okay, here's what it is. It's a magic item. It's gonna be uncommon. It's gonna be cursed. Okay? This appears to be a glass bottle of Heinz ketchup from a 1950s style diner. It never runs out, but always appears to be just about empty. Whenever you use this ketchup on food, it makes the entire meal taste only like ketchup. Not the meal, the dish. The entire dish. All other flavors are completely masked, regardless of the food or the amount of ketchup used. Okay? That's part one. That's part one. If any food flavored by the ketchup but evil is not completely consumed within 1 hour of eating it, the ketchup morphs into a ochre jelly, which is a type of ooze. However, it with the following changes. It is red. It knows the location of the creature who... It knows the location of the creature who poured the ketchup. And regardless of... It knows the direction, excuse me, and location of the creature who poured the ketchup. And will seek them out for vengeance. If a creature was tricked into using this ketchup, the ooze will demand they finish the meal and then seek the malicious, seek the creature who tricked them for vengeance. No, then then apply the above effects to the creature who tricked them. It deals an additional 2d6 acid damage on attacks made against it. How about that? How do we feel about that? Let's take a look at it. What? What are you doing? Why aren't you writing like normal? Okay. Appears like a glass bottle of ketchup. Whenever you use it, it makes the whole thing taste like ketchup. If you don't finish the meal it summons an ochre jelly that hunts you down. And if somebody tricks you into this situation happening, so you're not doing it intentionally, they still make you eat the meal, but then they hunt down the person that tricked you, too. Or maybe you just can't be done maliciously. Maybe that's enough. I think it's pretty good. I don't know what you would ever use it for. This would be like an item. You know what this would be? This would be a magic item that like a hag would have. You know how sometimes hags have like magic items that are just fucked up? This is like one of those. The only way to do it intentionally... No. They don't have to do it intentionally. If you don't know about it, you're still affected by it. The only time you're not really affected by it is if something else tricks you. So if something else tricks you, if a creature tricks another creature into using the tricker, if the food is not consumed, the ooze will follow the tricker, not the tricked. Something like that. I don't. The language. This language needs work. I'm just gonna put that there because I don't want to figure it out. But there you go. The victim. Thank you. Tricker is not a good word either, but fine. Fine for now. I'm calling it. I think it's solid evil ketchup. I like this evil ketchup. The prankster. But it might not be a prank. The trickster. I guess I could say trickster. But I don't really like that word either, because it's like the liar. It's the misguider. You know, it's the deceiver. Maybe deceiver? But that's not a good D&D word. I don't know. This is a hard one. All right, doesn't matter. It's okay. Not the end of the world. Boop. Boop. The maligner. The deceptive one. The perpetrator. No cap. No cap, all clap, as they say in the business. The catalyst. The cadbutt list. All right, guys. I don't know how much energy I have for that many more of these, but we're gonna do at least a couple more, okay? We're gonna try to do at least a couple more. Bucket. Halloween candy. Can I do a reroll because I feel like... Can I ask for a reroll because I feel like we basically just make an item that was almost the same as the ketchup again, but different. It's like food. Yeah, we just did food. All right, reroll. Tooth Fairy Warlock. Okay. Interesting. Okay. see what we can do here. You think something like that already exists? I don't know. I think there's a lot of room to play here. I'm going to hit start because I'm already thinking. Start. Okay, so we get first level. We get 6th level. We get 10th level. We get 14th level. This is like big showstopper. This is like defense, utility. This is like new thing / first level improvement. One of those. All right. They also get a spell list. Oops. God damn it. Expanded spell list. Okay. If you guys want to share ideas for expanded spell list, I'm open to them. I want to start working on the features though. Tooth Fairy Warlocks hate sugary versions of the milk and cereal monster. I was thinking like we'd go kind of fucked up with these ones. Make sure that the spells you're suggesting are not already on the Warlock spell list, because they might be. I think we get two things at first level. I think we get Tooth Sense. You are aware of the presence of teeth within 60 feet of you? Maybe 60 is too high. 30? One of those two. You can determine their... You can determine their healthiness. And what direction they are in, but not what sort of creature has them, or how many. Okay. So it's like you're sort of aware of creatures with teeth within 30 feet of you. Maybe we do learn how many. Maybe how many teeth? I don't know. There's a big maybe on that one. Okay. We need another first level feature. Ooh. I think we have to do some sort of like tooth powers, right? Like we have like an aura of teeth or like tooth missiles that we can shoot or something. Tooth shot. As a bonus action, you can summon tooth and launch it creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Spell attack. Let's say 1d8 plus charisma damage. And you can do that, let's say 2 times your broth bonus for long rest. Maybe. I think this might need something else. I think the defense utility, I kind of like, yeah, I like teeth armor for sure. You learn the, what's this spell called? Armor of Agathis spell. If you don't already know it, you can cast it once with no cost. When you do, in this way, the damage changes from cold to magical piercing. And something else. And something else. And something else. And maybe, and you have, oh, I like that. Resistance to bludgeoning damage while the temp HP remain. Or maybe bludgeoning and slashing. Non-magical. That could work. All right, 10th level. Your teeth shot now deal 2d8 damage. And when you hit a creature with it, you can embed the tooth in their flesh. They have disadvantage on checks to maintain concentration and something else. And something else. And something else. Lasts blank rounds. Until the end of their next turn. Maybe. Let's see. Oh, that's true. That's good. And you can use your tooth sense to track them from up to 10 miles away. Or up to 24 hours. To sense them. Maybe that. You gotta go? It's fine, dude. You're a champion. I appreciate you being here. We got 2 minutes left. We gotta think of a capstone. Gimme. This is not what it should be, but this is what it is. Target creature must make some sort of save. On a failure, you rip all the teeth from their body and pull them to you. The creature takes crazy damage and can't speak or cast spells requiring verbal components until it heals. You regain all uses of your tooth shot feature. How about that? So you suck the teeth out of somebody's mouth, hurting them, and then shoot. Then you can shoot teeth again. I think this is fucking good. It's weird. This doesn't... The tooth shot needs work. This is where I'm the most like, I don't like it. But if we could figure out tooth shot, which we're not going to in 20 seconds, I think the vibe is okay. It's very similar to the Fathomless Warlock, I'm realizing. The Fathomless Warlock has a very similar sort of extra attack feature. I think it's good. On the buzzer. Boop, 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 boop. Let's go. I really like speed brew shows. This is fun. Are you guys enjoying this? Is this entertainment? Are you not entertained? I used to do these more. I think we're going to start doing these more again because this is a really fun activity. I have a playlist called Game Show. This song is on it. This is only a game show song. It's fun? Good. All right. Do you like this dance? All right, let's spin her again. Actually, if anybody has any other ideas they want to share, let me know. It might be the Game Changer theme if they use the same sound resources that I use. I have the same music as a lot of streamers. Not streamers, like there's sometimes I'll like add a song to my playlist and they'll be like, "Oh, it's like that guy's music," because I don't realize, because we all use the same platform basically. You know, we all use the same exact platform. It's not. You watched it like an hour ago. They probably use they have their own music. But like the Mark Rober theme, I used to have the Mark Rober theme in one of my playlists, and everyone was like, "Hey, it's the Mark Rober music." And I actually took it off because I was like, it was like getting annoyed. I was like, it's not. It's just music. He's just used it first. I use different music, I guess. Hungry subclass. What? I don't want to do another we did 2 barbarians already. I don't need to encourage more barbarians. Bucket a 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 bucket. Oh my god, are we getting Milk Dragon? Sure. Fine. But I'm not taking it seriously, just so you know. Milk Dragon! Step right up, step right up. Here we go. Okay, Milk Dragon. It's gonna be based off of just a red dragon. So red dragon across the way, except remove all fire, add milk. Resistant to milk damage. Breath attack deals milk damage. Fear aura thing is replaced with breakfast aura thing. Oh, you're right. Immune. Excuse me. Oh, you like the bonus arc so far? Cool. Good. Yep. When, invisible when submerged in milk. What else does this thing need? Creatures with lactose intolerance have disadvantage on saves against its breath attack, and on a failure they are poisoned for 1 minute. No, for 1 hour. Or until they can take a lactose pill. Is there anything else this dragon needs? I feel like we pretty much got it. This is just about everything, right? What else does a milk dragon need? The breakfast aura, not break aura. Okay, wait, you're right. The breath attack kind of needs to be its own thing. Let me pull it out. Because we want... That's where a lot of the uniqueness is going to be. Breath attack. I think it's a cone, not a line. Deals milk damage. Creatures with lactose intolerance have disadvantage on the saves. They can take lactose pill. Any... all solid... all firm objects and structures in the area become soggy until the milk is removed, either through drinking or rotting. Soggy objects have -2 to their AC and have whatever weight capacities limits they have divided by 2. How about that? That's actually a pretty fucking cool breath attack. It like weakens materials. God damn, that's kind of a good idea. So it's like if you spout this on like a carpet of flying, it can only hold 200 pounds instead of 400 pounds. Or if you spray this on a immovable object, you only need 4,000 pounds of weight instead of 8,000. Or like, you know, if there's like a monster that can, you know, whatever. There's a lot of things that have like weight limits. I think that's good. How do you know who's lactose intolerant though? That's why it's important to have session 0, so you can work that kind of stuff out. I think it's done. Some people are probably saying, what's milk damage? Some people are saying, what's a breakfast aura? Stop asking these kinds of questions. First of all, we all know what milk damage is. Okay, let's not pretend we don't. Now, a breakfast aura, I guess we could go into a little bit more. What would be a breakfast aura? We'll call it a breakfast call. Replace fear roar with breakfast call. All creatures within 120 feet make a wisdom save or are summoned to breakfast. They become hungry. They become very hungry and milk thirsty. They become very ready for breakfast and are compelled to move towards the dragon. It's the opposite of a fear aura. So they're like, oh, I'm hungry. And then the dragon, and they're like, oh, give us your weird milk. And then it vomits milk on them and they die. Yeah, I think we do milk thirst. They are, they become ravaged with milk thirst. It's perfect. It's perfect. Milk thirst. I didn't know we'd get there, but we got there. Yeah, the dragon milk can spoil. Because when the dragon sprays its milk all over the place with its breath attack, it makes everything bad until the milk is removed, either through drinking or other Or less fun meat, or less fun, or less delicious. Yeah, you could make cheese. For sure you could make cheese from this. Yeah, they have to drink a potion of lactate pills. Milk dragon. Guys, we find glory. You know, that's what we're doing here, is we're just finding glory left and right. Glory, glory, glory. Glory, glory, glory. No, it's a dragon. Get your head out of the gutter, Beazle. Why you being weird? Why you gotta take it to places that we don't need to take it? There's nothing about this dragon that has anything to do with human anatomy, okay? Calm down. Keep it in your pants, buddy. All right. That's our milk dragon. That was pretty great. I like the milk dragon. One, two. Buckle my shoe. Bucket a 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 dish. Santa Warlock. Is the Warlock your patron is Santa? I guess. Alright, Santa Warlock. Can I be honest? I think we made a Santa Warlock on the last homebrew speed brew. Because I remember mechanics I built for it. Or it was an artificer, maybe. It was an artificer. But we changed all of Santa's. We had, so you had your sleigh was your, you had your sleigh, your bag, and your scroll. And those were like the main things. You had like the naughty or nice scroll that like you could use to learn about creatures. And you had the bag that you could like pull things out of to do stuff. And then you had the sleigh, which was like a big flying mount. Yeah, I think we made it already. I think we're going to skip it. I love the idea, but we're going to skip it because I basically built it already. Bucket a 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 sentient gummy worms. Sure. I have an idea already. These are going to be common magic items. A pack of sentient gummy worms comes with 1d4 plus 3 worms. After opening the pack, the worms will scream for help. The worms will come to life and begin trying to hang out with you and play video games. No, the worms will come to life and worms will come to life. They are not. They are non-hostile towards you and treat you as an ally. If you or any creature attempts to harm or consume them, they begin screaming for help. This scream can be audibly heard by all creatures within 300 feet of you. And they do not stop screaming until you eat them. No. We'll just say that. We'll just leave it like that. We don't need to break it down all the way. After you consume a worm, you gain a burrow speed of 5 feet for 1 minute. How about that? And we'll just say it comes with 3. Oh, did I forgot to set... Oh, did I not set the timer? Did I fuck that up? I forgot to do the timer. That's okay. We still got it. I think that's good. I started around minus 30 seconds, so it's okay. Yeah, I knew this. We got it fast. But that's pretty solid. Little gummy worm. You got 3 of them. If you fuck with them at all, they start screaming. Stay non-hostile towards you. And if you are any time to try to eat or consume them, they all begin screaming for help. The scream can audibly be heard by all creatures within 30 feet of you. How about this? Scream can audibly be heard and understood by all creatures within 300 feet of you, regardless of language or physical barriers. So that way it kind of encourages a purple worm to get upset, because it will go through the earth now. There we go. Now it's done. Now it's done. Yeah, and it's only for a minute, so I think it's not going to be too terrible. A burrow speed is really strong, so I think if you limit it, you'd have to limit it like this for it to be reasonable. You got to go? All right, buddy, have a nice one. You're champion. Sentient gummy worms. Done. Boom. All right. Bagada is right. It's right. 1 second, though. 1 bagada second, though. Okay, no. Okay. Oh, go away. Bagada. A Warhammer Boomerang. All right. I think we can do that. Warhammer Boomerang. Do you guys know what Warhammer is? Are you familiar with Warhammer? Do I need to explain that? I can explain it if I need to. Warhammer is basically like a game world setting, universe setting that's been around for a while. It's super grim dark. It's sort of like the definition of grim dark. A lot of stuff in our media is kind of inspired by it. Basically, the entire aesthetic of StarCraft is inspired by Warhammer. Whenever you see a lot of World of Warcraft and stuff is, whenever you see guys with like shoulder pads that are way too big, that's a lot of that. You meant just like Warhammer, like the weapon? It doesn't matter what you meant. I appreciate that you said Warhammer Boomerang, and that's what we're doing. Your intention may have been one thing, but you must remember, just because an idea starts from something doesn't mean it will stay that thing. One of the most powerful skills you will learn in the world is the ability to adapt and shift as the things shift around you. Whether that is you trying to write and create something, or you interacting with friends or community members or anything. We haven't started yet. Hey, I wanted to ask if it sounds like a good idea. A gang of weeping angels like monsters where the PCs are in their presence, blinking is synchronized so they're all moving at the same initiative. I think if you want to do some sort of weeping angel type monster, you should run it however you want. I'm going to tell you that if you are asking my opinion, I would say, as a player, I would immediately be annoyed by the fact that I wasn't able to, hold my eyes open longer. And realistically, in a D&D context, weeping angels are very easy to defeat. If I was going to run Weeping Angels and I wanted to actually be authentic with it, I probably would make it so everybody had to make a Constitution saving throw at the end of their turn, or at some initiative count, and that saving throw would start very low, and it would get higher and higher and higher. And if they failed it, that was them blinking. But the problem is, unless they all fail it, then one person blinking doesn't matter. So I don't know the right way to run a Weeping Angel or a monster that only moves when you don't look at it. I've tried to create one before. I think you have to build it basically like a different type of encounter. I think you have to build it like a different type of encounter. John brings up a really good point, which I also think True King of Mido you should acknowledge, or just recognize. A boomerang hammer already exists. It's called the Dwarven Thrower. It is literally a boomerang warhammer. It is literally a boomerang warhammer. It's in the game already. So we're not going to make your version of a boomerang warhammer because that would be redundant. This thing, Dwarven Thrower. Look at that. It's a warhammer that you throw. Look at that. Literally exists. All right. Now, back to our true Warhammer Boomerang. Hey, let me ask you a question. What the fuck does this sentence say? Oh my god, you're just being an annoying person now. Okay, I understand. I'm just gonna ignore your words. It fucking comes back to you, you fucking dingus. It comes back to you. Immediately after you attack, the weapon fires back to your hand. It's a fucking boomerang. How are you gonna say it's not a boomerang? Explain to me how it's not a boomerang right now. Easier to read? Explain to me how it's not a boomerang right now. No? Okay. I'm timing you out for 10 minutes. You're being annoying. All right. Saying that's not a boomerang and being unwilling to acknowledge that it is. Now, let's make a Warhammer Boomerang, because we don't need a Warhammer Boomerang, because one already fucking exists. Anyway. What should this one do? Let's think about it. One second. Where the fuck is... Okay, I'm untiming you out, King of Nido, because I don't actually want to time you out, but holy shit, is it annoying when people are being annoying. Alright, you're back, though. Okay. Warhammer Boomerang. True Warhammer Boomerang. Ready, set, go. Okay, this is an artifact. It is going to be, okay, let's see. To attune to this Warhammer, attune to this boomerang, you must become grimdark in all ways, both mentally and aesthetically. Spelled aesthetically wrong? You know, you don't, you do, you just become. You become grimdark. Your character can no longer take jokes or make jokes. And they have disadvantage on any charisma checks other than intimidation or deception checks. Okay. This boomerang deals 100 magical... I'll say force damage. Force damage. There's a militia group that uses jungle fighting. They have boomerangs. Yeah, this is a Warhammer boomerang, though. It's all of Warhammer in a boomerang. All of Warhammer. Warhammer does a lot too much damage, right? Compared to, like, everything else. Isn't Warhammer, like, crazy? Everything's times a million. Right? Don't they have, like, suns that can melt planets that can melt, like, guns that melt planets and stuff? If a creature doesn't take you seriously or tries to open you up to new ideas, either through conversation, the boomerang only deals 1 damage to them. This, if they mention women being able to be space marines, you take 5d10 psychic damage. How about that? I think it's pretty good. I think that's a pretty solid Warhammer boomerang. Right? Solid. A+. You know what, though? What if we made a Warhammer boomerang and we made it more like a Warhammer, like a big bonky Warhammer? I'm gonna try to whip one up really quickly. Let me just see if I can. Oh, look at this. I just made one really quickly and I wrote it up on D&D Beyond, and it looks like a Warhammer and it's a boomerang because it's thrown back to you. You see? So it is a Warhammer boomerang. Look at that. I just immediately made it. I'm so fast with it. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that I just made that? All right, here's our Warhammer boomerang. Glook. Credit the artist. Hey man, D&D Beyond didn't credit the artist. If an orc uses it, it always crits auto at 2, no negative. Good night, sir. Perfect. 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 Okay. Oh, I gotta hit the timer button. Alrighty. Okay, boys and girls. I think we're gonna start wrapping up. I'm tired. Or at least I don't want to do that. I want to stop. This is what we call phoning it in. This is what we call phoning it in and getting annoyed at somebody for being stubborn. And I don't love that. So I think that's a good end spot probably. I think that's probably a good end spot. All right, we can do one more maybe. We can do one more. 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 We'll do one more. We'll do one more for the new guy that just joined. Bucket it, 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 bucket it. Butterfly with human ears for wings. Honestly, not a bad one to end on. Okay. So we're gonna start with something. It's gotta start with a really small stat block, right? Like, bat. Flying dagger. Hawk. There's not a lot of insects. I know there's a spider. Scorpion. Maybe we start with spider. 12 hit points, or 1 hit point, 12 AC. Okay. CR 0. Okay, we can work with that. Alright. Okay. CR 0. 1 HP. AC 10. It's gonna have false appearance. When not moving, it is indistinguishable from a human ear. We're gonna give them a feature called light. No, we're gonna give them a feature called airy landing. When the butterfly lands on a creature, they must succeed on a DC. What do we make it? 12 perception check to notice the butterfly landing. So it can like land on your head and you won't notice it. You know what I mean? While the butterfly is connected, is on a creature, it can bite them, dealing 0 damage, and latch on. While latched on, when a creature rests with a butterfly connected, they regain 1 less hit die than normal. And yeah. Oh, no. How about this? They automatically lose 1 hit die. That's better. When a butterfly is latched onto a creature, they have advantage on perception checks related to sound within 20 feet of them. How about that? Boom! The timer's yet to begin. Well, I fucked it up. I don't care. I forgot to do the timer. I still typed it really fast. The thing on my phone screen is so small, so the text all next to each other, the same size as your pinky nail. Ah, well, okay, there you go. Regardless, it's okay. You're fine. We're all fine. I think it's pretty solid, right? Little monster that basically you feed it hit dice. It like eats hit dice off of you. But if you don't notice it, you just think your dungeon master is like giving you advantage on perception checks a lot of the time. You know what I mean? I think it's pretty solid. Cool. Cool. All right, that feels like a good one to end on. I'll share this document in my Discord. So if anybody doesn't have access to it yet, go be in my Discord. I'll share it there. Sounds pretty good to me. Guys, you are amazing. You are the best. That was fun. If you guys like that kind of thing, we'll do more of them in the future. I like those kinds of things. You stay safe too, buddy. I apologize for timing you out. It was a miscommunication. I thought you were being intentionally stubborn. And I didn't realize you were just not able to read. Regardless, I love you. You're great. And all of you, be good to each other. Don't forget the most important thing, okay? Don't forget the most important thing in the whole world, which is that you got to have fun. And you got to be nice to each other. And you got to eat all the ice cream in the world. And, you know, lots of stuff. All the stuff. All right, boys. Have a good one. Be good to each other.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be everything we built just turned to broken leaves. I don't think about
Holy shit.
What's up?
You're being raided, dude.
What? By who? CinderBlocksally? What's up, dude?